Okay, direct me. I won't be able to talk to you, but I'll hear you, Chris. Hey Chris, is it okay if I zoom in closer?
Representing Spain, Elena de Fontes. 470, Sandpipers of Nevada, Claire Weinstein. Ladies and gentlemen, your competitors for the Women's 10K Open Water National Championship.
Hello.
Well, 3 boats went out without their wakeboards. Why they're asking for them, I don't know. I'm not swimming out for them. I don't know.
Tell these guys to get out of my way. Hey. Hey. Yeah. Thank you. Whatever. Thank you. Finally. Thanks.
450 Reagan.
Hey guys.
You know how to put the colors in.
Copy.
Hey. So get out of the way.
to adjust the brightness on this board?
Possibly. Did you need to go up?
Yeah, it's a little dark.
Okay. Yeah, let me get the start and then I'll come with you.
Okay.
I gotta hit a button and start.
Okay.
Yes, I copy that.
Athletes have headed out to the starting line. They are awaiting the signal. And this is the start of the first of 5 laps around this gorgeous facility here on a sparkling day in Sarasota. All conditions look to be ideal for a 10K race. So we can already see about 250 meters in here. 3 swimmers looks to be out in front of the field. We'll try to check in with Mike Lewis of USA Swimming out on the boat here, taking a look at our lead pack. Maybe we can identify some of those athletes for you.
Brent, what's up with that cable? Yeah. Can you hear me? I'm zoomed in all the way. Yeah, I'm sorry. By any chance, am I supposed to be recording? Chris, I put a cord through the hole, and we have another camera with the long cord. It could help a little. I mean, I could get closer. Oh, forget that then. Okay.
All right, an update for you as we see athletes getting through the first feed station. Just a few pulling off here. Pretty common for the first lap. 5 times around here at Nate Benderson Park. Your leader now wearing 447 and representing Japan, Moriyama Yukumi.
Try it now, let's see if that works. Like Joe, like all this. What'd you say? Not my talk. Okay, Moriyama from Japan is taking the lead on the inside. We're looking at Claire Weinstein from the U.S. Sandpiper, Nevada is looking real smooth out there. Very slow. Very, very slow stroke rate. And, Claire is coming off of that Junior 5K World Championship. But these conditions out here just are ideal this morning.
Okay, I don't know what camera.
Good view now of our lead swimmer, Morikama of Japan, coming through the buoy leading to the final short straightaway of lap number 1. Looks like Claire Weinstein there in the bright green cap from Sandpipers, wearing 470 in third, trailing what could still be Blair Stoneberg there at 458. And the white cap right behind Morikama of Japan.
Okay, we're getting back with the lead group now, and it's Moriyama, Japan, with the lead. McMahon is in the second position. She's gone into that second position from Spain in the third position from what we can see now. Again, just keeping an eye on Claire Weinstein, who's looking super relaxed. She just sort of flipped over on her back. I'm wondering if she's looking for her teammate, Katie Grimes, who's back in the field right now. But right now, at the front of the pack, we have Yukimi Moriyama of Japan in that lead position. And we have Kenzie McMahon in that second position right now, all looking very, very strong and smooth. One of the things you can see is as the field spreads out, that's very indicative of the pace that's being set at the front. So they kind of went through that first lap kind of very smooth and controlled. We saw the group fairly bunched up. This is a very easy course, so to speak, when it comes to setting your sight, because it's set up, this of course of being a rowing and kayaking venue, set up with the lane markers, so the swimmers, as they're moving through the course, can hold their position. They don't necessarily need to expend as much energy lifting their head as they're going down the course. Makes it a little bit easier for them to see these major buoys that are set on throughout. Moriyama still holding on to her lead out here, looking strong and confident. Kenzie McMahon in that second position, also looking strong. Kenzie has a sort of a great place to be. She can sort of keep her head down the whole way. She has her stroke looks very controlled right now. And as we're looking back through the pack, we're seeing, again, this sort of ebb and flow of the pace. But that main pack, definitely everyone is well within the strike zone. Keeping an eye on the swimmers from Sandpiper. Looks like Katie Grimes is just back there, kind of towards the back of this main pack, but just looking strong and relaxed. Seems to appear quite confident. Her teammate Claire Weinstein in the green cap up there in the mid as well. Keeping an eye now as we're seeing some movement here. I'm going to see if I can get some IDs here as we move through it. Stand by.
Anybody know how many laps there is?
Moriama's still out here in front. She's kind of setting a really good pace out here. McMahon right behind her. From Spain, we have Sanchez in the third position. Trying to see if we can figure out who our fourth position is right now. But again, right now we're just sort of seeing these tempo changes as it ebbs and flows out here on lap 2. Got a little bit of a crosswind out here. Not much of a factor, again, particularly if we compare it up to where we were last year when we were in Fort Myers and we had those really treacherous conditions out there on the water. This is certainly not that. So nothing as serious to contend with when it comes to the conditions of the water. But we do see a little bit of a slight crosswind out here that will really affect as they go through the short end of the course, if at all. But right now, it's Moriyama, Japan, in that lead position. In the second position is Kenzie McMahon out of Alabama. Kenzie coming off a great NC2A season where she was a champion in the 1650. Looking very smooth and strong out there. In the third position out of Spain is Candela Sanchez. And then from there, we're just sort of a pretty massive group of swimmers all working side by side. Why this is
only when that happens. At the top of you, I think you think.
Okay, just stand by. We're still trying to figure stuff out. Okay, now I'm ready. Now I'm good. Okay.
Well, Mike, we're getting a pretty good shot here on the live stream of our lead swimmers as they approach that turn buoy here on lap number 2. It looks like Sanchez there of Spain in third, continuing to lift her head a bit and sight. And then as behind Sanchez there of that pack, keep us updated on if anyone makes a move trying to emerge and challenge for a top 3.
Well, at this stage, things have kind of maintained the status quo out here. What we are seeing, again, as I've described several times now, is that you can tell a lot about the pace of what's happening by the nature of the pack itself. And this pack isn't extremely, it's moving at a bit better pace than we saw on the first lap. What we're seeing now is Moriyama, Japan, still in that first position. Sanchez turned it over. Look at the third take. They are definitely looking to be working together as they go through this, the two Spanish members. Kensington McMahon now in that sort of second position, maybe side by side here with Sanchez. Moriyama from Japan in that lead right now.
Well, successful navigation of that turn from Moriyama of Japan. She came through, took a couple peeks looking up there, and looks to have a nice sight again with this rowing setup here at Nathan Benderson Park. Almost like lane lines here for these athletes as they cut through the water, making a very nice open water course. And Mike, does that look like 466? Maria de Valdez of Spain on the interior there, looking to join the lead group.
That's correct, Michael. That's who we have looking to join that lead group on the inside. And you were definitely spot on with that comment about the sort of the analogous to lane lines out here with the small, tiny little buoys that are here to set the course for rowing and kayak events.
Bird Patrol, be careful.
But Moriyama is still in that lead. Now, she's held this position from the start for the most part. What's going to be interesting here is we're definitely going to see more people make a move towards the feeding station on this second lap. But McMahon looking good. She's been right there with her, looking very controlled, nice and relaxed. Looking back at the rest of the field, things are just so packed in there right now that it's hard for us to give exact IDs. Kind of keeping an eye on Claire Weinstein and Katie Grimes to see how those two are doing, knowing that they've just come down from a long, protracted stay up in Colorado Springs at the Olympic Training Center. So they're coming off some altitude, which is definitely to their advantage. Both of them, as I can see right now, looking really strong. But the top American right now remains Kenzie McMahon, who's in that second position next to Sanchez. And Moriyama from Japan still holds her lead. But definitely looks like the whole pack itself is moving ever so slightly, angling off onto the inside, which means that we're going to see some a nice, exciting, perhaps even a bit frenetic activity at the feeding station on this lap.
Oh my God, how exciting. I mean, professional here. Let me tell you. I'm just afraid I might miss it. They took my battery, that Dino Dorf, so I can't use my wireless. Yeah, well, you know, I can work on my tan.
Well, Mike, we are coming up on the feed station for the second time, and on lap number 1, we had only a few pull off, correct? So could we expect the majority of athletes to take a feed this time?
Michael, what we're seeing right now, and you can see it if you're looking down the beach, we have about, let's just guess it at about maybe 12 to 15 swimmers that looks like they are moving on the inside as though they will be going into the feed station. Korea, Japan, Kenzie McMahon, and a whole host of others over there. But also, as we look up towards sort of splitting, what we're seeing is that we're going to definitely see about 10 of this pack that are going to look like they're going to be not taking a feed, which will, of course, give them advantage. And someone here is going to end up with a lead position here for a bit of the race. But we're definitely seeing a bifurcation of the group between those who feed and those who are off a bit.
So with 30 racers checked in and entering the water here for the women's 10K Open Water National Championship, looks like about 2/3 of the pack here is moving into the feed. Looked like a quick feed there and a return to that central pack now as we had that diversion, which Mike noted a couple hundred meters ago, with a pack now staying on the interior of the course and not taking the feed on lap 2 out of 5 here at Nathan Benderson Park.
Well, that's correct, Michael. But what we ended up seeing was any advantages that were gained by not taking the feed were kind of quickly, that was quickly closed. So what we saw was the group really sort of pushing back together, constituting themselves as a group. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens now, because if we start to see the pace increase, it looks as though we might see a breakaway now of the pack and start to differentiate here on lap 2 with about what it looks like about 12 swimmers right now in really, really nice position. If you look on the green coming up on the inside, that's Claire Weinstein with the slowest stroke rate, but looking really calm and smooth. She's kind of been holding that demeanor throughout the race thus far, and it's going to be interesting to see where she's at. Also looking for her teammate, Katie Grimes, to see if Katie pulls in. and they start moving together.
Mike, what about we saw a pink cap there out in front? Is that Ashley Twitchell wearing 465 for the TAC Titans?
I can't say for sure. I believe that was one of the Florida swimmers, Michael. A little too difficult to actually get numbers or tell too much coming up this side given the glare.
So for those of you at home just joining us, 8:04 and 18 seconds was the official race start time. Early on, we saw Valdez of Spain take the early lead. Since then, Moriyama of Japan has been your leader wearing 447. And here, as they approach one of the two turn buoys and what you must be on the outside of, most of the swimmers are inside of that buoy. They're having to make an adjustment and come out just a bit there. It looks like that could be Spain back out in front now. We had that dark blue cap with the big ESP on it. Looks like Valdez out in front now, followed by McMahon of Alabama. And it is a Florida Gator there in that pink cap. And it looks like Morikawa has slipped back into fourth in that trio there of swimmers that are battling for fourth. And it looks like our other representative from Spain is in that group as well. Angela Martinez wearing 441. Looks like that could be McMahon now moving out in front, the NCAA champ from the University of Alabama wearing 444. Mike, is that right? Are we seeing Kenzie McMahon now your leader?
That's correct. Kenzie McMahon is now our leader in that second position from Spain, 465. Oh, no, that's not. That would be Ashley. That's not Ashley. I'm trying to get our number here. Can we slow down a bit? Yeah, I need to. Yeah, I can't. And you got these guys coming up behind us, so you're going to have to get a little bit up. Yeah, so Valdez in the second position, Michael. So Kenzie McMahon in the first position, Valdez in that second position. Moriyama, who was leading for the first 2 laps, has now moved back sort of in the middle of this lead pack, maybe in the 7-8 position right now. Coming up on the inside right now is Katie Grimes, looking very smooth. Right behind her is Claire Weinstein. This is something that probably could have been expected given Katie's increasing expertise in open water. She's certainly one of the top open water swimmers in the U.S., looking really strong and smooth out here right now. Effortlessly moving into the second position, making her way up just stroke by stroke, just gaining just a little bit every time. Very, very smooth. Also on the inside in the green cap, that's Claire Weinstein, her teammate. So we're going to keep an eye on those 2 Sandpiper swimmers. Sandpipers, just not only have they done amazing things in the pool, this club has just continually been generating national team athletes, but in the open water sphere, they have just been a force to be reckoned with as a club. Coach Ron Aiken always committed his swimmers to a broad program ranging from sprint all the way up to the 10K. So exciting to watch these 2 swimmers now as Katie Grimes has taken the lead. McMahon in that second position, Valdez in third. Valdez right next to Claire Weinstein. So now we're starting to see it pick up a little bit. Grimes definitely starting to set a new pace right now. So that's the dynamic that's changing. Katie Grimes now has control of this race, and she's definitely upping the tempo.
Well, here we are checking in as our athletes are making their way through the first 880-meter straightaway of lap number 3. 120 meters wide this course, 5 laps to complete the 10K Open Water Championship, with Katie Grimes in control now for Sandpipers, looking very smooth out in front. And Mike, I would say this is looking like a pretty traditional staging here, with swimmers in groups of 2 or 3 sort of lined up in that lead pack. And this would probably be a pretty significant turn here at the halfway point.
Absolutely. Here we come up on the halfway point as we get up to this next turn at the large tetrahedral buoy here at the end of the course. Katie Grimes is really setting a beautiful pace out here. And you can tell by the nature of the pack that she's picked it up, and things are just snaking along out here.
Body like that, you can't make it out.
So, as we make our way down here to this next turn, Grimes in the lead. Behind her, Claire Weinstein. Those two are definitely, we're going to keep an eye here. Sanchez from Spain in that 3rd position. Kizzy McMahon is in the 4th position. Mariah Denigan from Indiana back in the 5th position. But we're really starting to see this group of 4 that's led by Katie Grimes kind of set themselves apart. And it's really going to be up to Denigan to see if she can pull that next segment into this group. But right now, Grimes, as we can see, with this field just sort of snaked out, long, almost going hand to foot the whole way. That's telling me that we've got a very good pace going on right here. And Katie Grimes is going to be turning first at the halfway mark. So not much has changed. Same group of 4 in the lead. Brian Denigan has pulled that group. That group of 4 starting to separate themselves. Denigan is pulled in, so that's now a group of 5. And we'll see how well it looks. If you look and you kind of go from the 5th position on back, you can see that group that's bunched up a little bit. They appear to be really kind of having to turn it on to try to keep with this pace that Grimes is setting in the lead. Grimes, Weinstein, it's going to be interesting to see what they do here. They're going to angle off and go for a feed. It's again, a lot easier for the swimmers on a course like this, which is very common and traditional, what we'll be seeing at World Championships. We've seen it at several Olympic venues where it's held on a course like this, where everything is not as dynamic as you'd see if we were out in the ocean. Very easy to spot, of course, with the rowing lane marks in the course itself. We also have some major landmarks off in the distance, particularly there's this massive crane if you look up, and those are great things for the swimmers to utilize when they're swimming, because even though these buoys look massive, particularly the large tetrahedral buoys at the corner, when you're down there head level, their appearance is quite small. So having a point of reference on down the course is always a very valuable thing. And a lot of the experienced swimmers have learned this over time and go out and maybe pick something that they can use to sight. But as I said, on a course like this, that's not quite as critical. Right now, it looks like this main group is staying inside on the course. And when I say inside, I mean inside toward the middle. They don't appear to be angling off for a feed right now, which is not uncommon given the fact that most of them did feed on lap 2. However, some may choose to take this as their last feed. That we're now in the midst of the 3rd lap, knowing that there's only 2 more to go.
Mike, we're getting a look here at these athletes as they come down the straightaway, the second straightaway here of lap number 3. And it looks like they are pretty far inside the course here, maybe by about 10 or 15 plus meters. Is that going to be a concern at all, especially if they need to feed?
Well, undoubtedly, their position on where they're at right now, but they're lined up pretty well for the far turn buoys. If they're going to be feeding, then it's going to be a sharp right turn. But right now, I see no indication that they're moving in that direction. Claire, it looks like Kate's trying to maybe signal Claire, say, hey, man, can you get up here and take the lead a bit? but they did have I wouldn't say they were jousting with each other. I think they're just sort of communicating. Clearly something that does happen. Now we're seeing Kenzie McMahon move off. She looked as though she's going to try to position herself and move towards the V. Meanwhile, it does not appear that neither Katie Grimes, Claire Weinstein, or Sanchez are going to be pulling in that direction. So what we see now is we definitely have the lead group of three, led by Katie Grimes, Claire Weinstein, Sanchez Spain in that third position. Now there's a gap about 15 meters, and behind them is Mariah Denigan. She's coming up behind her, and behind Denigan is Kenzie McMahon. They're going to have to put on a push to catch back up. Now those were the two that did go off and take the feed, so we can see this is a bit of a differentiation as a result of that. Taking that feed, get the carbohydrates back in them so they can sustain over the course of this approximately 2-hour race. But Grimes looking so smooth out in front, Weinstein right behind her, both with really easy stroke rates, just showing that they have potentially what it's going to take, if necessary, to bring this down to a full-blown sprint on the last lap. But we have 2 more to go, of course, as we come up here right adjacent to the finish chute.
Bulk of our swimmers now making their way onto the first straightaway of lap number 4 here at Nathan Benderson Park. As conditions continue to excel, we see almost no breeze out there, which means practically no currents for this situation. The water temp was solidly in 79 yesterday pre-race.
So Grimes maintains that lead position. Weinstein in the second, Sanchez in the third. Got Denigan in the fourth position. In the fifth position, Kenzie McMahon. And right behind her is Olympian Ashley Twitchell, a veteran of the national team scene. Looking strong and looking to try to pull herself back in with this group. Ashley undoubtedly has the most experience of anyone in this field, looking strong. Ashley, another thing that's quite impressive is probably 10 months into motherhood, she gave birth to her son, Lachlan, last year. And so it's great to see her back out here competing at such a high level, looking very strong. But she's definitely looking to try to work herself back into this match. Now and dominated by Katie Grimes and behind her but you can also see real strong right here working together. It's going to take Kenzie McMahon to get in a little bit closer in on Denigan's feet. But right now, Weinstein, Sanchez, and all close together. Katie Grimes off just a little bit to the inside. So Claire's not getting much, if any, at all. But I think definitely has differentiated itself out here. 5 and potentially 6 if Twitchell can get back up here with this.
Lap 4 of 5, lead
Yeah, we're
swimmers.
definitely seeing a change up right now. Katie Grimes has backed off, Claire's backed off. So now we see a group of 4 just sort of chilling right now. And in that group, Sanchez is now taking the lead. Twitchell, this could be Twitchell's opportunity to kind of get back in with this pack. But definitely a bit of strategic maneuvering going on right now. I don't see any failing on the part of Katie Grimes. I just see a bit backing off right now, as if she's bracing herself for some potential push. You can sort of see that's what's happening. The swimmers are all kind of playing. Nobody wants to let the group either get away or necessarily be the person that breaks away from a group ever so slightly that is in the conservation mode. But with this conservation tactic that's being employed, that's given Twitchell an opportunity to get back in. And so now our lead group, led by Sanchez, has 3 behind her is Mariah Denigan, Katie Grimes, Claire Weinstein. Inside, Kenzie McMahon is right there, and then Ashley Twitchell. Okay, Twitchell now taking the lead for the first time. Higher stroke rate, but still a lot of conservation in the legs. That's one of the things to pay attention to in an open water race. Is that's often a telltale sign to hey, what do the swimmers have left? And right now, if I look at this group just as a whole, the two that both need most conservation mode are Weinstein and Grimes. Both of them with the slowest stroke rate and the least amount of kick. Twitchell really kind of moving it out here in front, looking strong. Right behind her is going to be Denigan, just slightly behind on the side, closest into the boat. That's Kenzie McMahon. Top there in the yellow cap, that's Sam Piper, Katie Grimes, and in closest to us is her teammate Claire Weinstein. Excuse me, I've been calling the Spanish Supreme correctly this last several calls. That's actually Valdez in now the district. But it is this lead group of 6 that's kind of sort of set the pace, and Twitchell is clearly the person that is in command and in control and dictating where this group is going right now. So in the sweet spot of the draft is Denigan right now. Right there on the hip of Twitchell. Often people think, hey, my sweet spot's right on the knee, but it's actually in that little pocket. But Denigan now kind of pushing. It's going to be a pretty tight squeeze the way this group is bunching it up. And it looks like Matt is going to be disadvantaged. Definitely being pushed as we go around this week. This is definitely going to be something to keep our eye on as we kind of see what happens, see how they come out of it. There's so much space left to go. This is not make or break. Grimes on the inside in the yellow cap. Now we're pretty much four across. Grimes, Twitchell, Denigan, and Weinstein all in the four across. Behind them, Valdez and Kenzie McMahon. But Grimes has definitely come back into the race after going through that bit of a conservation move earlier. She's going to have the turn advantage in terms of her position coming around this buoy. She'll be on the inside, and she's definitely kind of holding a strong line, meaning that she's not going to let herself sort of be pushed through. That's another push through these turns. If you can hold a strong line into the turn and you're on the inside, that's a fantastic position to be so you don't get pushed under. And that's exactly what just happened with Katie Grimes, who now has taken the lead coming through there as they're making their way down this back stretch. It will be interesting to see who, if anyone, feeds on this last lap. It would certainly be disadvantageous to take a feed if the rest of the field is not. So right now, Grimes back in on the inside. Closest to the boat is Weinstein. In that second position, actually, it looks like it's Denigan. But again, see how tightly sort of condensed this group is right here. We're going to want to get off the face.
Thank you for the update, Mike, here as we get into now less than 3,000 meters remaining in this event. 1 hour, 24 minutes into racing. Certainly lining up to be an exciting finish here with that lead, a pack of 6 athletes now looking to determine the winner of the USA Swimming Open Water Women's 10K National Championship.
So if you want to see the sort of the cleanest line, that's where Grimes is right now, relation to where the buoy is, the turn buoy that they'll be facing as they head into the final lap once we finish this front stretch here. Weinstein is actually in, and she's off just a bit. We'll see if she does start to make her way over. It appears that she is ever so slightly trying to do that, but she's got clean water right now behind her. So we've got essentially got that 2 packs going right now. One farthest away from the boat, closest to the beach, that's led by Grimes, and then the pack of 2, which is kind of differentiating itself as a pack of 1 with Claire Weinstein. Kenzie McMahon falling off Weinstein a bit the last 50 meters or so. So we'll see if the pace is just getting too much
or if McMahon is going to be able to slot herself in and finish strong and get right back up here with the group. But right now you can see we have that group of 6 is split into 2 separate groups. Okay, we do have a lead change right now. Weinstein is taking the lead, and it looks like there is some potential angling that's taking place for a feed with Twitchell and Grimes. But the way it's sort of telegraphing right now based upon their position is Weinstein's going to kind of stay off of the feed dock, while the rest of these swimmers, actually, it's still very difficult to see if they're going to kind of cut into the inside right now. But right now, Claire Weinstein is opened up about a 5 to 7 meter lead over that path, and then from a sort of a geometric perspective, that might even be more so. But yeah, it appears like Claire is definitely putting a bit more in. She is opening up a lead to an extent. And then behind her, closest to the shore, that's Twitchell. The yellow cap next to her, that's Katie Grimes. And then Valdez behind them, closest to the boat next to Grimes. That is Mariah Denigan, and then it rounds out this group of 6 with Kenzie McMahon. But yes, it looks like everyone is going to keep moving right through. Yeah, see absolutely no indication. Coach Ron Aiken isn't even holding the feed stick right now, so I don't see an indication that either one of them are going to be moving off to the side. Right now, Claire is opening up her lead. Claire, who has demonstrated such proficiency in the water, member of that gold medal winning 800 free relay last year at the World Championships in Budapest, also the champion in the Junior World Championships in the 5K. So again, what a range, 200 to 5K, now in this 10K, looking very strong and smooth out in front. So it'll remain to see if this group behind her can work. There is an energy that the groups possess, and in that energy, they're able to kind of work together and close a gap. And of course, they are sort of helping her. They're sort of sharing the burden, particularly when it comes to riding in that hip pocket that I described earlier, when it comes to drafting. But it seems stroke by stroke, Weinstein continues to open up her lead.
That's an arrow going to the volcano. An arrow going away. Away from the sand. There's a good spot right there. Yeah, that's a good main spot right there.
We're coming up on the close of lap number 4 of 5 with Claire Weinstein, Sandpipers of Nevada, in that neon green cap, well out in front now of the field. We'll see if she can maintain this pace and take the victory. And Mike, is that Kenzie McMahon that's trying to break away from what's now the primary pack, kind of in second place behind Grimes? Is that McMahon?
That is McMahon in the Alabama cap, coming in and trying to take the lead for that chase back. But as we're seeing right now, every stroke, Weinstein is opening it up. But it'll be close here. We do have a full lap, so we're gonna see a lot of answers sort of play themselves out, probably in the next 400 to 500 meters. If Claire can keep this up for that distance, then I think she's going to be in a good position. But if this group behind her can close it up and get right back with her, then yeah, we're definitely back in the mix. And this is a point at which there's a lot of strategy taking place. You might be saying to yourself in that lead, you can start to kind of go back and forth between like, hey, do I have this? If you see the group start to close in on her, which we're seeing ever so slightly right now, potentially, that Claire may decide, hey, okay, I better back off because I need to hold this together and turn this into a sprint at the finish. We've seen this race play out in so many different ways, and that's the exciting part about open water, is what we can see now at this point can be a completely different scenario once we get down to that finish shoot, and it's literally a full-blown sprint as though it's a 50. So, but right now it's Weinstein in front, and that is Kenzie McMahon in that second position. Behind her, Mariah Denigan. Third position, or right behind her, is Katie Grimes. Valdez is now in that fifth position, and Twitchell just slightly off behind Valdez. All of these women racing, of course, for championship berths on several teams, notably the World Championships this summer in Japan. Also, national team positions are on the line. So there's a lot at stake that goes just beyond being crowned title here. So undoubtedly, that's in these swimmers' minds as well.
So as we embark here now on the fifth and final lap, it'll be interesting to see if Grimes will have the speed to run down her teammates. Certainly we know she's fast enough to do that, as Mike mentioned, appearing on the 4x200 relay. But same can be said for Weinstein. She's been in 154 long course 200 free. Behind our lead group there, we've got Moriyama, who was one of our early leaders representing Japan. Behind her, the Spanish national Martinez, and then Brooke Travis of NC State looks to be rounding out the top 9 as they get into a lap 5.
So Weinstein still holds that lead position, second position, Kenzie McMahon. And Weinstein had about a 10-second lead when I just did the last check, a little time check on the buoys out here. And we'll sort of watch that as we get closer down on this backstretch and see if that starts to close up at all. But visually, it doesn't appear to be that's being the case. But again, that's the exciting part of all this, to see if they can close it. But if they are, they're going to have to start to make this close relatively soon. Weinstein is not giving any indication that Williams are falling. She's not even much bringing legs into the equation ever so slightly, a bit more than she did around the race. But certainly she has plenty to go. So, we come down to the final. Okay, so the gap has closed. McMahon has come into that second position, is now right on the feet of Weinstein. Katie Grimes right behind McMahon. Inside of her, Denigan, Twitchell right behind them. So it's going to be very exciting to see how things transpire here in what is approximately 12 to, maybe about 8 to 10, or 800 meters to a kilometer left to go. Weinstein now flipping over on her back. She wants to give the lead back over to someone else. As I said, remember, that could be a play that she just looked at it and said, hey, it's not that I'm dying out here. I just want her to potentially come down and really be a full-blown sprint. Again, as we said, Weinstein has shown that open water swimmers train out in the open water, although they will do that periodically. So they have what it takes. And now it looks like Grimes has taken, but she was also pushing slightly off. So Grimes back out in front. If you're watching on the feed, you can see that beautiful front-loaded stroke. She really gets out there with her lead arm and carries her momentum forward. Gets a nice catch, nice and smooth, very balanced side to side. Right on the right pace. So we got Weinstein in second position. And Mariah Denigan. Behind that, Ashley Peach of Spain. Looks like now, Grimes does have a very clean line on this outside buoy. Earlier, there was just ever so slight tactical adjustment that she made that she was coming into the boat. But now she's got that position is Denigan. Is Weinstein. So it looks like this pace is now definitely being controlled by Grimes, who is opening up ever so slightly a greater lead with each stroke. Over Denigan, right behind them is Claire Weinstein. In the fourth position now is Ashley Twitchell. Fifth is Kenzie McMahon, and Valdez rounds out this lead pack of six. So as we're coming about 200 meters off of this far turn buoy, it's Katie Grimes out in front right now, setting a very nice pace. You can see the dynamic, as we've talked about several times now, that you can tell that the pace is picked up when you see the pack start to spread out. And they're primarily single file right now. Grimes in the lead. Second position is Mariah Denigan. In the third position is Claire Weinstein. Fourth is Ashley Twitchell. Fifth, Kenzie McMahon and Valdez in that sixth position. Slight differentiation now between Weinstein in three and Twitchell in the fourth position. But when we're looking at stroke rate out here, it's the two Sandpipers of Nevada that thus far appear to be having a lot of, in terms of being able to conserve and have that advantage potentially to come in for a hard sprint. But that's what we got right now, Mike. Oh, yeah, this is a great race out here right now. Grimes still holding that lead. Just up from her, coming on strong, is Mariah Danigan. Third position, Claire Weinstein. Ashley Twitchell in that fourth position. McMahon back and forth. Valdez in the sixth position. But this group is definitely up tempo right now. If there's anyone that I'm looking at right now and kind of go, I think Katie's going to be just sort of playing it cool. She looks the most relaxed of the group, and she's in that third position. But it's definitely Grimes who's setting a very good pace, and she's yet to drop in any. So there's a pretty big difference right now between the first and sixth. I'd say it's about 25, 30 meters, which is very, very difficult to come from the back at this stage. Unless, of course, Grimes makes a strategic decision to back off, let the group catch up, and then play it out at the sprint. But that isn't what it appears right now. It's not. That couldn't happen. But right now, Grimes in that lead. They're kind of differentiating themselves now with each stroke from Weinstein. So it's going to be interesting to see when a potential might be made. It could be this the first of there's two of those on each side, and that could be the move. But they're going to be, of course, keeping their eyes, knowing full well that finish chute is down next to that final tetrahedral red buoy on the course. And right now, it's Grimes looking really strong in front. Then to get to the second position.
So, with an automatic berth to the 2023 World Championship team on the line for both the 5K and 10K open water events, these athletes now moving into the final, what looks to be about 700 to 750 meters straightaway of this event. They will come down into a finishing chute here. That'll lead to a touchpad to register our final rankings.
Yeah, Michael, and as far as the positions right now of the swimmers, nothing's changed aside from the fact that there seems to be a greater gap now between the two leaders. That's Grimes in front, Denigan in second, and Claire in that third position. Seeing Claire bringing more of her legs to bear now, trying to close this up. Twitchell right behind her. But it's these four now that have separated themselves out, and then gapping behind them, it looks in the fifth position. That's Kenzie McMahon. And we're crossing a mark on the course that shows us we've got 500 meters left to go. So this is going to be the final push here, and it doesn't look like Grimes is letting up, bringing more of her legs into the equation and opening up her lead ever so slightly right now on Denigan, who's in that second position. Twitchell's overtaken Weinstein back and is now in the third position. But Twitchell and Weinstein are about 18 seconds off of this lead pack. Grimes continues to open it up stroke by stroke. Swimmers get some encouragement from the beach and the feed dock.
Well, we can see them now as they are lined up with that rowing lane line. They'll have to cut inside to the interior line to enter the finishing chute. That's about a 10-meter difference, it looks like, 10 to 15. They'll have to move in to their right as they swim down this final stretch. And with the closing speed we've seen time and time again from Katie Grimes in the in-water events and pool swimming, we have to assume that it's going to be a monumental challenge here for Mariah Denigan of Indiana to run down Grimes of Sandpipers, who it looks like is now making that crossover into the interior, or I guess the exterior now, lane marker.
That's correct, Michael. That's what we have out here. Grimes continually opening it up now. She's definitely put on a push. This is going to be her race. Definitely stroke every stroke. She's opening up more and more of a lead. Denigan is fighting very strong, however. Still looking very good out here, but with a much higher stroke rate than Grimes. Even a bit more legs being brought into the equation. So if need be, the advantage of the sprint, at least from outward appearances, will be going to Grimes. But Grimes opening up just a little bit with each stroke. Back in that third, fourth position is Ashley Twitchell, Claire Weinstein. Ashley looking very, very strong, putting on a push. Ashley, so much experience in these races, has dominated in all types of races, whether it be a final, coming down to a final sprint, or having just a wide open lead and a win that she's had here, in fact, several times in Florida, down south a bit. Can think of at least one race where Ashley won that with a significant advantage in the final 1,500 meters. But right now, this is Katie Grimes, who is holding a commanding lead in the 2023 USA Swimming National 10K Championships. Really exciting to see these Sandpiper swimmers still dominating, and of course doing both in both pool and open water.
So 6 swimmers to be named to the 2023 USA Swimming Open Water National Team through this weekend's events. Tomorrow we'll see the 15 and under 5K. And then Sunday we'll have the senior 5K starting at 7:30 with the men. Women will be right behind them with the 7:35 start time. So 6 athletes to be named this weekend, the first of which appears to be a lock with Katie Grimes now with what looks to be almost a 30-meter advantage coming into the final straightaway, just a couple hundred meters to go.
Yeah. Yeah, get in there if you can. Get in there if you can. Not too much weight. Yeah.
Denigan holding on to second into the late charge there. Looks like Ashley Twitchell making the late move. Here comes Weinstein with the green cap now in fourth, but Grimes by 25 meters at least is going to take the victory here. Your national champion in the women's 10K for Sandpipers of Nevada. And Grimes smoothly reaching in and hitting the touchpad to claim that title. The final sprint here. Weinstein is gaining ground on Denigan. Denigan with about a body length there into the final 10 meters with Twitchell in third. It looks like the touch will go to Weinstein. A potential 1-2 finish for the Sandpipers with Denigan in third and Twitchell in fourth. We'll have to see the official results there to determine the winner of that final sprint. Rounding out our top group, here comes Valdez of Spain in the blue cap. Leading McMahon of Alabama. So the Spaniard Valdez touching in front of Alabama there, and Kenzie McMahon. Next set of athletes approaching the turn buoy and the finishing chute. Looks to be Angela Martinez of Spain ahead of one of our representatives from the University of Florida. We have Leah DeJorge, Caroline Pennington, and Anna Auld, all from Florida here. I can't quite make out that racing number. Here comes Moriyama, Japan, leading Travis of NC State. They get their final touches in.
5 minutes battery left.
Are you done, or are you still going? Are you done?
I'm done. Yeah, go for it, Mike.
by Candela Sanchez of Spain, wearing 4:54, coming in just ahead of Caroline Pennington. It was DeGeorge, the top gator, coming in, wearing 4:18. Another set of touches there coming through. Nova, Virginia, Claire Stolmacher, the 17-year-old, at 4:62. Together with one of our swimmers from Rice Aquatics, that's either Ella Dyson or Shannon Campbell. Can't quite make out the number there.
Let's go.
That's Sophia Karas, Long Island Aquatic Club, making her final touch.
Woo!
And this should be Shannon Campbell of Rice.
So when this is over, you're good. Just keep doing this.
Can you hear what he's saying?
Huh?
I don't know what he's saying.
No, you're good.
No, what is he saying? What is he saying? Sorry, Chris, I could barely hear you. Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on here to the Open Water National Championship for the men, our 10K event. Just going through their pre-race briefing. Following the introduction of those athletes, we'll have the awards ceremony for the women's 10K featuring our top 8 and your 18 and under national champion.
Dan back?
He is back. I don't see. They may be starting this race. I think they might get ready here.
How many batteries did he use? Because if I can do mine wireless, I could just do it right now. But if you put a battery on my wireless thing.
Oh, because your wireless is working?
Looks like we have our men's contestants all informed and ready to race. Let's introduce your athletes competing today. First up, wearing 103, representing Swim Mac, Alex Ayers. Wearing 114, Michael Brinniger. Wearing 115 from Highlander Aquatic Club, Josh Brown.
Anybody hear me? Okay.
Wearing 118, Sandpipers of Nevada, Riley Clinton. 122 from Texas A&M University, Trey Dickey. Wearing 123 from Tide Swimming, Bobby D'Annunzio. Wearing 124, Sandpipers of Nevada, Luke Ellis. 126, Connor Fry. Wearing 210 from Cincinnati Aquatic Club, Ido Gal.
I would like to. It's a little late though now.
127 representing Spain, Carlos Garach.
Take them all.
Wearing 131 from the University of Florida, Brennan Gravely.
No, I want it on the wireless over there on the tripod.
132 Sun Devil Swimming, Dylan Gravely.
Batteries, that's great.
134 Highlander Aquatic Club, Jacob Hamlin.
Okay, I didn't know. I didn't think you went through that many batteries. Okay, that's cool.
137 from Mission Viejo, David Heron. 148 Sandpipers of Nevada, Ilya Karin. 151 Fast Swim Team, Simon Lamar. 152 Leo Luna. 154 Ohio State University, Matthew Magnus. 157 Sandpipers of Nevada, Gabriel Montufo. 160 representing Spain, Alberto Martinez. 161 Sun Devil Swimming, Jake Mason. 162 representing Japan, Minamide Taishini. 164, West Virginia University, William Mullen. 166, North Carolina Aquatic Club, Cooper Nicholson. 167, representing Japan, Nonaka Taiki. 171, Bluefish Swim Club, Alex Parent. 172, Bluefish Swim Club, Zach Parent. 176, University of Louisville, Jacob Pishko. 175, Aiden Flager. 177, North Carolina Aquatic Club, Ian Platts Mills. 178, Spain, Alejandro Puebla. 179 from Spain, Guillem Pujol. 180, Team Santa Monica Aquatics, Ivan Puskovich. 196, University of Tennessee, Joey Tepper. 198, Team Santa Monica, Zach Tower. 199, Japan, Sujimori Kaito. 200, Highlander Aquatic Club, Ryan Turner. 202, Egg Harbor Township Seahawks, Zach Vassar. 203, Texas A&M University, Max Vega Cuevas. 205, Fishers Area Swimming Tigers, Luke Whitlock. 207, Andre Zach. Ladies and gentlemen, those are your contestants for the 2023 Men's 10K Open Water National Championship. Athletes staging here in the beach area. They will set up to the far turn buoy for the starting line. 5 laps around this 2,000-meter course.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Going over to Mike Lewis now for the start of the men's 10K open water.
Okay, we are literally seconds away from the start. There's the up whistle, and there's the start. Here we go, early in the race here. And this is going to be an exciting one. One of the things that you'll take note of when, if you haven't had much experience with open water, you haven't seen many of these races, is, there's so much frenetic activity at the beginning of a race. And the key is to quickly settle into sort of a ease, or sort of have this calm, this controlled positioning, if you will. And that's certainly what these swimmers have quickly done. You can see that there was that quick initial 10 seconds or so of sort of crazy pace, and now the group has sort of settled itself. And in fact, I can kind of see 3 different lines developing out here, all very smooth. Again, as we talked about, it's not as dynamic as if you're in a course that is either potentially triangular, might have a dog leg to it, or out in the open ocean. This is a rowing basin. It's a very familiar environment for a lot of the competitions that are held at the international level, and certainly this is fantastic training for that. But another advantage is that all you have to do is know your reference points, and in this case, because the rowing lanes are in right now on this course, it's very simple. There's these very small salmon egg buoys that are kind of dispersed throughout the course that the swimmers can swim by. In fact, if the water's clear enough, there's enough clarity and they're in the right place, you can actually see the cabling underwater. But with that said, it's very easy to keep a straight line because you've got static references on the course. But I'm going to turn it over to you, Michael, and we will get back to you.
All right, many thanks, Mike. We'll continue to check in throughout the race for updates on the men's event, but we'd like to go back now to the women's event and get our top 8 finishers. Please report to the awards staging area. That's going to be at those 5 open water national championship flags just to the left of the tents here at the start end of the facility. Once again, top 8 finishers. Women's 10K, please report to the awards staging area. That's our open water national championship flags, that row of 5 teardrop flags that are stationed just beside the tents here where we had the race prep talk. Once again, top 8 finishers. Women's 10K, please report to the awards staging at those 5 flags besides the white tents at the race prep area. Final call for our awards ceremony. Women's top 8 finishers, 10K. Please report to the awards staging area. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to recognize our top 8 finishers from the 2023 USA Swimming Open Water National Championship for the Women's 10K event. Presenting awards will be your meet referee, Pam Wilson. Leading off with our 8th place finisher, representing the University of Florida, Leah DeGeorge. Your 7th place finisher, representing Spain, Angela Martinez. Sixth place, University of Alabama Swim Club, Kenzie McMahon. Fifth place finisher, representing Spain, Maria de Valdez. Finishing 4th for the TAC Titans, Ashley Twitchell. Third place finisher, representing Sandpipers of Nevada, Claire Weinstein. Your second place finisher from Indiana Swim Club, Mariah Denigan. And your 2023 USA Swimming Open Water National Champion for the Women's 10K event, representing Sandpipers of Nevada, Katie Grimes. Also recognizing your 18 and under national champion, that is also Katie Grimes, your overall champ at 17 years of age from Sandpipers of Nevada. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your top 8 finishers in the 10K Open Water National Championship, led by your winner, Katie Grimes. All right, so we are back here with the in-water action. The men's event looks to be through the first stretch. It is an 880-meter length along the stretch of this course here. And going now to the boat, and Mike Lewis taking a look at our lead pack as they make their way through the first short section of this course at 120 meters.
Okay, Michael, it's Carlos Garach of Spain who has been leading pretty much from the start, and he's setting a very nice pace. You can see, as we talked about during the women's race, the big indicator being the shape of the pack itself. And this pack is moving along at a really nice clip, so that shows us what Carlos is setting out front. Right behind him is Joey Tepper. So that's kind of how things look right now. We've got a bit of glare, so it's difficult for me to see, but we do have a swimmer. We have a couple Spanish swimmers coming in on the inside. So the Spanish swimmers are occupying 3 of the top 5. We've got a swimmer from Ohio State roughly in the 3rd position right now. But that's kind of out here. We've got Brendan Gravely. He's in that top group because we do start to see a group right now starting to differentiate itself this early in the race. And that is a group of 8. So we have a group of 8 that's opening it up right now. And we'll see how this plays out. It's still, of course, so early in the race for us to make, of course, any predictions, let alone kind of draw too much assessment on what we see. But definitely we have a lead group of 8 led by, it looks like now Carlos Garach from Spain is slowing down. Tepper's coming in. So, yeah, they've shut down the pace a bit right now, and they're going to clean it in. Like we saw in this race, we're likely not to see a big feed on lap 1. That's going to probably see that on lap 2. That's very predictable. But right now, we've got Tepper and Carlos Garach in the 1-2 position.
All right, thank you, Mike. And that could be from Ohio State University wearing 154. That's Matthew Magnus, likely.
That's correct. That's Matthew Magnus. You nailed that. And Matthew is now moving his way up. Matthew's not a name that we've seen a lot in the 10K thus far. I'm not going to try to predict any failure on his part, but he's definitely using a lot of energy, it appears, early in the game right now. So perhaps that's going to be sustainable for him, and we'll keep an eye on that. But Carlos Garach seems to have a slight lead. Matthew's in that 2nd position, and Joey Tepper, closest to the boats, is in the 3rd position. So we'll see here. I could be wrong, actually, on that feed. It looks like a few of them are now kind of angling in that direction. So we'll see if they go for food right away. So as we saw in the women's race, and it's pretty customary in a 10K, not a lot of feeding. It looks like we're going to have maybe 4 or 5 from the field move off to the side. One of those was Carlos Garage from Spain, who had been leading pretty regularly that first lap, and he's quickly found himself back into this top position. You can get up a little bit, like stay as close as you can to those guys. That'd be great. I can't see it. I know you can only do what you. I know you're doing great, dude. Yeah, you're right. That is. So yeah. Okay, so we have Michael Brediger now in the lead position. That's Michael Brediger in that Ohio State camp. Behind him is Carlos Garage of Spain, and then Dylan Gravely is right behind him in the Florida cap.
as we're coming down the backstretch on lap 2, Michael Branniger with a slight lead. Carlos Garach is right in there. And also Alberto Martinez of Spain. In the middle is Joey Tepper. So we've kind of got like a 4-cross going right now. Sort of showing, it's still a very solid, just rate that they're going right now. This is a good pace, but it's nothing crazy. Nobody's really set any insane breakaways. Nothing that we would necessarily expect at this stage of the race. That would be somewhat of potentially a rookie maneuver. Seeing a little bit of pinching going on right now with the Teppers getting a little pinched by the 2 Spanish swimmers. Branniger out there on his own has capitalized on the clean water. And so that's what we got right now is, Branniger is definitely working on this and trying to get himself open a bit. Branniger out here maintaining his lead. Carlos Garach in that second position. Martinez right next to Tepper in the 3-4 positions back here. Got the 2 Gravely brothers in relatively the 5-6 position. But right now, sort of very controlled. We did have a few whistles called earlier in the race, trying to get people to separate out as we sort of look at the back of this main group. It is a little bit more condensed, and being in that middle spot is always a place you don't want to necessarily be. One, you're grabbing a lot of air through the bubbles, and you're just really not getting the traction you need. But then also you're getting that contact, and even if you've got the coolest head, there's still going to be times when getting that level of contact as you're going through here is going to get you frustrated. You got to really keep your cool out here. That's one of the key components of racing in the middle of a pack. You certainly don't want to get yourself a yellow card, or for that matter, of course, even worse, a red card. So right now, it's Branniger in the lead. We've got Garach of Spain in that second position, Tepper in the third position, and Martinez from Spain in the fourth position. Gravely in the fifth position. Okay, as we come around, taking this turn towards the front stretch, Josh is in the lead. In the second position is his teammate, Martinez. Third position is Michael Brenniger. And then it looks like Joey Tepper kind of right back in there. Brennan Gravely in that mix as well. This will be one, actually, we'll watch the feed station. We're going to likely see the majority of the swimmers on this lap go in and take a feed. So, of course, that's an opportunity where, one, you can get potentially hung up, but you're going to get a little bit behind anybody that may decide to stay the course. And that's actually what Carlos may have decided to do, as staying. He took that feed on lap 1, which may give him an opportunity to come around on 2 and really make a go of it. And that might be the strategy that he employs, because he's kind of slowed the rate of the field down a bit. He's still in control, but definitely it's not the rate that we were hitting as we were moving along the backstretch. So it'll be interesting to see if he just sort of plays it cool right here, and then as everyone else potentially goes in and takes a feed, that he uses as an opportunity to do a breakaway.
Well, Mike, as we are approaching the feed station here on lap number 2 of this 5-lap event, looks like not a whole lot of changes up there. The Spaniards holding strong. It looks like they have a group of 3 sort of defining their own space here, with Brenniger still fighting for that top spot. Is that what's going on, Mike?
Michael, actually, what we have is we have the 2 Spaniards in the lead. That's Martinez and Garach. In the third position is in the Florida cap. That's Brennan Gravely. And we're having difficulty seeing right now because we've got an official's boat here. But now I'm getting a little better perspective. But it looks like Brenniger's fallen back into the 4th, 5th position alongside Tepper. So that's kind of how it looks right now. They're all kind of pulling close in toward the feed station. So it's likely the Spaniards will also feed, unless they, of course, are being a little bit cagey, and they're going to try to just sneak away real quick and make a bust for it as everyone else goes into feed. But as it appears right now, this group is angling in towards the feed stations. But it's led by the two Spaniards, Garach and Martinez, with Gravely in that third position.
So, Mike, I'm sure the officials are trying to keep a close look on the contact here, especially with these swimmers all tightly bunched. Could we expect a greater chance for sort of altercations as they come in and out of this feed station?
Absolutely. Given the proximity they are to one another, but also the proximity they are to each other in a feed station. That's always the case unless you are a breakaway leader or you're off the back someplace. But definitely this is going to be a place where it's going to get interesting.
All right. Thank you for the update. We'll continue to keep a close watch here as the athletes look to be just meters away now from the feed station here on lap number 2.
Just like a pit stop in auto racing, you want to be quick in and out of there. And that's certainly what we just saw with most of those swimmers. Gravely had a really clean feed, although he's maintained inside position close to the beach. Actually, I had that incorrect. Gravely got his feed last there. A quick, clean feed, though. Had a nice position on the dock. And he's easily finding himself back in the mix here. But it's the two Spaniards now who got through there the cleanest, and they're holding the one position. That's Garach in the first and Martinez in that second position. Now coming along on the outside or inside, depending on your perspective, but closest to the boats and closest to your camera, that's Ivan Puskovich of Team Santa Monica. Ivan has been a part of the USA Swimming open water program for quite some time here, and he's looking very strong out there. Ivan, who used to train out in here on the East Coast and with the school at USC and is now with Team Santa Monica, a famed program that has put on some of the top open water swimmers in the country, notably Jordan Wilimovsky. So Ivan looking strong now, holding into that second position, and that's Garach in that first position from Spain, and just behind him is Martinez, also of Spain. Gravely is in the yellow gator cap. Behind him is his brother, Dylan. So the Gravely brothers working side by side, as we see often in these annual national championships.
Just some background info there on your leader, Carlos Garach of Spain. Some of his top finishes internationally: world junior champion in the 800 and 1500 meter events. That was in 2022. For the open water competition at the European Open Water Champs in 2022, he picked up a 9th place finish in the men's 5K. Part of the Spanish team that finished 4th overall in the 5K mixed event. So certainly no stranger here to open water competition. That is Garage of Spain. Looks like, though, he has handed off the lead to Puskovich of Team Santa Monica, and that red cap now taken over here as we move into the start or the final stretch here of lap number 2.
Okay, what we just saw there was now we're still seeing Garage just rolling over on his back, kind of keeping an eye on the field. I think he was trying to get a perspective on where his teammate might be, Martinez. Puskovich just also did kind of a similar move. Everybody just wants to kind of have a feel when you're out there in front. It's like, okay, where is everybody else? Want to make sure that you're kind of keeping your strategy in place, not necessarily breaking away too soon. But right now, Garage is up in that first position ever so slightly. Puskovich is in that second position. Gravely's in the fourth position. And Martinez ever so slightly in that third position. Tepper's still in there in the third position, or excuse me, in the fifth position. Sixth position is Dylan Gravely. And then we have Japanese swimmer out there, kind of also in that 5, 6, 7 position. Reniger in there. So tempo slowed down just a little bit. Some bunching going on in the back. But these guys are definitely moving at a really quick rate. This is thus far a pretty quick 10K, even though we're, of course, still early in the game. Now, Brenniger's kind of found his way right up there to the front right now as we're going 3 across for the leaders. Puskovich is the closest in with that red Team Santa Monica cap. Garage from Spain in the middle. And then up on top there is Michael Brenniger. So you can kind of look, it's like a train going across 3, 3, 3, 3 all the way back. And one of the things that's really impressive, if you don't have, again, a lot of experience with open water, as a point of context, imagine that this is the equivalent of doing 100 hundreds nonstop, and they're doing it at this pace. So those of you who may be familiar with a sort of a traditional grueling set of 100 hundreds, that's the equivalent of what this race is, except you're not doing it on an interval. You're just doing it all consecutively. So moving now back into that lead position ever so slightly is Brenniger. Going to give it to Garach in that second position, but that just almost is changing stroke by stroke right now.
Yeah, Mike, and from the webcast, we can see some folks there walking in the background here at Nathan Benderson Park, and the swimmers just keeping pace, if not even moving ahead of those folks that are out walking and enjoying this beautiful Friday morning here in Sarasota. Again, Nathan Benderson Park has just been ideal for this open water racing setup. And the weather conditions also spectacular. We had clear skies this morning, bit of cloud cover moving in now to help out these athletes as they work through. Water temperature 79 degrees yesterday and looking to hold the same today. So fantastic all the way around here from Sarasota and these USA Swimming open water national races here. Men's 10K, the second and final race of the day. Tomorrow we'll get the juniors going with the 5K event. Saturday we'll come back and have on Sunday morning we'll have both the seniors and the juniors events, the men's and women's 5K starting out early on at 7:30, and then the 16-17 7.5K kicking off at 10 a.m.
Yeah, Brenniger is now pretty much has a solid command of the lead. Right behind him is Garage of Spain, and on the inside is Puskovich. So Puskovich has a little bit of advantage when it comes to any turn advantage that might be able to be brought to bear. Say that again.
You're open.
So Michael Brenniger, your leader, currently with Ohio State University. Also in that lead pack there, you've got Minamide Tashine of Japan wearing 162. As we are nearing the halfway point, 2.5 laps of this 5-lap 10,000 K course, or 10,000 meter course.
So as we move down the front stretch on lap 3, Garacha Spain is now back in the lead. And from there, it looks like it's Gravely, Brennan, and actually Dylan's right behind Brennan. But Gravely and Puskanovich is they're on the 2-3 position. Michael Branniger in the 4th position. Joey Tepper in there as well. The pace is definitely slowed down right here. Going to see what's happening. This is very common as we see race over race at this distance, that you're going to see some slowing. You're going to see it increasing as we go along. But right now, definitely the pace is slowed up a bit because when these guys get up to the turn, they're obviously well aware of where they stand. And it's not would be completely beyond expectations that someone might try to make an early go of it at that point in the race. At this point, I'd probably say be a little bit risky to go too fast, too soon. But right now, the pace is slowed. Garacha Spain in the lead. And in that second position right now, moving in, is Brennan Gravely. But as I said, Dylan is right there with them. So the Gravely brothers working just front to back as we move through this.
Mike, maybe for those of us watching here on the web stream, you can take us through some of the thinking that's going on as you're getting into the second half of the race. As a swimmer, how are you thinking about where am I that's too far back? How close do I need to be to make a realistic push? You know, when do you start worrying about being too far away from the lead swimmer?
I have to say, we're going to start worrying about being too far off the back at any point where you've been gapped by, say, 30 meters or more. At that point, things start to get a little bit sketchy, depending upon, too, the pace of the race. So if it's a fast-paced race and you're off the back that far, then, yeah, it's going to be more difficult. If it's slow, if the pace is slow and you're off the back and you've got lots of experience, then absolutely you're still within strike zone. But right now, we have what is looking to be a pack of about 14, maybe 15. And if I'm at the back of this pack of 15, it's starting to get questionable. Because we've seen the pace has not been incredibly slow. We've had tempo changes, of course, but it hasn't slowed down. We had a couple of times during the women's race where things really, really slowed down. And we're just not seeing that thus far in the men's race, which makes me think that if I'm out there, the way I'm going to approach this is I definitely want to be solid in the middle. I definitely want to be solid in maybe that top 8 position. To be able to make a go of it. Remember, the person out in front, man or woman, is always going to be the person that is having to carry most of the water, so to speak. And they're cutting through. They're not getting a draft. But they're also the one that can kind of set the tempo and set the stage and say, hey, this is where we're going to go. I'm going to kind of control this race from the front. So my take right now is that if you look at this lead pack, if I'm in the back of that pack right now, I definitely don't want to let it get away from me. That's, of course, job one. But if at all possible, you want to start sliding up methodically as we go through these last 2 1/4 laps.
All that looks like, again, most of that lead pack here is sticking to the outside of the course and approaching the feed station. Just sort of the one swimmer, looks like 2 maybe, staying on the interior and going to hug the buoys through the far length of this lap. And yeah, here we see now that pack coming in to take the feed. Quick exchange there from your leader. Garach of Spain continuing that pace. He gets back out towards the interior, closely pursued by, looks like Puskovic. And Mike, who's got that yellow cap there? Is that Gravely?
Yeah, that was Gravely. That's Dylan Gravely now. So Dylan is in the second position. Up front remains Garach of Spain. And right next to Dylan is Ivan. So, and Brennan Gravely in the 4th position right now. So Brennan's feed station was off towards the end. Again, that's sort of a strategic move. You get back there to that position, and you're not going to kind of find yourself in the middle of a bunch of swinging sticks, which I'm not sure how apparent that was on the feed, but definitely the middle of the pack was experiencing some of that because not only were they bunched together, a lot of their feeding positions were also on top of one another. So that made it a bit interesting. But that wasn't the case for Brennan, whose feed station was at the end. He's now right behind his brother, pretty much riding in the fourth position right now. Garacha Spain in the first. Puskovich of Team Santa Monica in the second position. That's Dylan Gravely in that that yellow ASU cap, and Dylan Gravely in the blue Gator cap. That's Michael Brenniger behind them in the black Ohio State cap. Joey Tepper in the orange Tennessee cap. And I believe that's Martinez from Spain back next to Tepper.
Thanks again for that update, Mike. Here we come now to the end of that 880-meter stretch on lap number 3. They'll have to complete that final 120 to complete lap 3, get started on lap 4. And as we saw Katie Grimes in the previous race, lap 4 looked to be a very strategic one. It seemed like she did quite a bit of drafting going through that fourth lap. She sort of hung back in the middle and then moved up and took over the lead. So looking out here for something similar on the men's event with Puskovich, even with Garach of Spain as they approach this turn. Buoy Puskovich on the interior with the red cap. And he's going to hold that position as we look to see how this lead pack is going to stretch out. And we saw it very even there with 2x2 and 3x3, and beyond our first 5 swimmers, still pairs of two moving together as we get through now the final about 70 meters of lap 3.
Michael, exactly right about this being one position where you really start to, for lack of a better term, take the race very seriously. It's not like you're taking it unseriously throughout the race, but I'm saying this is a turning point right here because you can really start to evaluate where you stand. And this is where various swimmers may employ different techniques, not only based upon what their particular strengths are, but what they've been experiencing and feeling from the field. One of the hallmarks of a great open water swimmer is being able to dynamically change not just their stroke in the water because of the nature of open water swimming, but also the nature of their race plan based upon what they're experiencing out there with the rest of the field. The very best I know, in fact, spend time evaluating their competitors, knowing their competitors' strengths and weaknesses when it comes to this, because the strategic implications of open water are far more expansive than what you would see in the pool. So, for example, in a 50, you're just, you're off and going, and that's it. One way to do that. Whereas in open water, there's several derivations that can take place out here. But right now, what we're seeing is kind of it's repeating again and again. The same pack behaviors kind of remain the same, which is leading me to believe that potentially, we could find ourselves with one of those epic showdowns that's just a push for the finish. But still plenty of racing left to go. Someone may decide to try to make a go of it. Right now, what happened was that was interesting. That was a cross-field move, very clean, well executed from Brendan Gravely, who just went from the top of the field and went into the inside and now holds the position. He got right in front of his brother, and here he is. Now he's backing off. So then he said, I made that move, spent a little of my energy, wanted to have a better position. Now he's actually trying to find a new position in the pack. So he's out there, I think, just sort of part of the fun, testing the waters and trying to see, hey, where's this best spot for me so I can make sure I'm in the right place at the right time. It looks potentially what he's trying to do is not to let the Spaniard get away from him, because that is one play that a lot of the Europeans are known for, is being able to make those breakaways relatively early in the race. So we'll wait to see. Right now is Garage from Spain with an ever so slight lead over Puskovich of Team Santa Monica. And then back 3 across are both the Gravely brothers and Michael Brediger. And just slightly behind them is Joey Tepper. It'll be interesting to see if this group of 6 that I just mentioned turns out to kind of become their own entity, because we're seeing that happen ever so slightly right now.
Well, Mike, I'm sure you can get a better reading on this, but just from the web stream itself, it seems like the intensity of this event is picking up, and sort of the truth of the race is going to start to show itself here with Puskovich and Garage out in front, leading a group of 5 swimmers with, it looks like, another 3 to 5 swimmers looking to join that pack. And certainly, like I said, just the intensity ramping up here on lap number 4.
Yeah, definitely. I would say it's dialed up. This, in some, has actually been a pretty quick race. But, yeah, the intensity on this lap is definitely rising up. But nobody's being truly left behind in ways that are insurmountable. As we were talking about earlier, where's that spot where I would start to trip out a little bit, being that far back, and saying that it's maybe 30 meters. I see this group being within that ever so slightly. And in the back is a veteran. There's David Heron back there. He has tons of experience and certainly has the athletic prowess to jump in there and start to take hold. But he will definitely need to start to notching away at this pack very, very quickly, because the pace that's being set at the front and everyone else is answering is definitely a fast pace. And you are right. We have up-tempoed a bit here in lap number 4.
Well, you talk about David Heron and his veteran status. His open water racing goes back to 2012, where he first won the 5K. for USA Swimming, fourth in the 10K. And also picking up a junior Pan Pac title in the 10K. That was David Heron back in 2012. So certainly a lot of experience coming there out of the back of your lead pack from David Heron, representing Mission Viejo at 28 years of age. Does appear to be the oldest competitor in this field. And, 28, he is still primed here for a top athletic performance.
Without question, David's been around for a long time, lots of experience, very talented, still has it. We did see, as you were talking, things slowed down just a little bit, and I thought that maybe you might have been challenging an opportunity for David to make a move, but he's yet to do that, and the pace has kind of gotten back on to where it was. It was just ever so slightly, things slowed down a bit. And we're likely to see some of that here now going forward. These guys, potentially a few of them could have thought, hey, if we get up on this for a while, let's see where this thing goes. Not seeing any big separation, they're apt to say that's one of the advantages of being in the lead. You can make that call and say, okay, I'm going to back off here a little bit. I didn't like where I was going. I have a lot more ability to kind of play with this thing, if you will. And so not seeing anybody go into that breakaway mode at this point, not even close to it. In fact, as I said, we're seeing a bit of a slowdown here, which tells me that there's just some sort of cagey maneuvering going on out there, and we are apt to see some more ebb and flow as we go through this. It's not to say that we won't see a breakaway. We've still got plenty of racing left to go. But this could potentially play itself out to be one of those where it's really your high-intensity sprint training that so many distance swimmers engage in. I think a lot of people don't realize how much time is spent by distance swimmers in general, open water swimmers specifically, in working on that high-end closing speed. So that's what we got out here, sort of a bunched field, slowing pace, and definitely a lot more excitement to come.
Straight away on lap number 4 now, 1 hour and 20 minutes into this competition. Now a pretty distinct set of 8 swimmers there out in front. Still Ivan Puskovich and Carlos Garach of Spain, the 18-year-old. They've been leading for quite some time now, the entirety of this 4th lap. And Mike, we wouldn't expect anyone to take a feed here, correct?
Yeah, I wouldn't expect anyone to take a lead, or feed, excuse me. And it doesn't appear that that's where any in this pack are going. You'd certainly have to have a lot of confidence, and actually you have to feel like you're really bonking hard out there, which you shouldn't in most things that are under 2 hours. The body can sustain pretty well over that distance. As we get into some of this ultra stuff, that it really matters significantly. But most of these guys have fed at least once, which is pretty much an ample feeding. And I would not expect, in fact, as you look down the beach, you don't see anybody lifting their sticks. Coaches are there, of course, in the event, as I said, somebody's really feeling a bonk and they feel like, well, I got to get in there and get something. But to do so would be a significant disadvantage trying to catch back into the pack with this little racing left to go. Yeah, we see a few sticks pitched out there. It's interesting. You can't 100% tell where the Spaniard's going. Now, he has fed more than others, and he actually may determine that this is his best move. But Ivan, you see what's happening here, obviously. That, here's Ivan, no feed. The rest of the pack, no feed. Garage goes in, going to take that feed. Now he's just going to have to nail right back in there. But again, the pace may be such. He said, hey, that was fun. And it doesn't appear to be that much of a disadvantage. Yes, he's lost his lead, and he'll probably roll back in to the 3-4 position as he gets back with the pack. But it certainly wasn't anything significant. It wasn't a significant detriment for him. So potentially in a race that comes down to an all-out sprint, having a little bit more sugar in your system, although that'll burn out pretty quickly, he might find that to an advantage. But right now, it's Ivan Puskovich in the lead, looking strong. He has held in this race a lot longer at the lead than he has historically. Ivan's been with open water swimming for a long time, had some really good early success. But then there were a couple of years where he had strong race for 70-80% of it, and still finished strong, but didn't finish in the lead. And this year he seems to be exerting a lot more strength in this particular 10K distance. But it's Ivan in front. Behind him is Garach of Spain. Right behind him in the blue gator cap. That's Brennan Gravely. Right behind Brennan is his brother Dylan in the yellow ASU cap. Closest to the beach in the black cap, that's Michael Brenniger. Joey Tepper back there in that third position. And then Martinez, the other Spaniard, is there as well in that front pack. We see a slight differentiation in this lead pack, but it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out because undoubtedly this pack will segment a bit going forward. It's just a matter of is Ivan going to set a pace that is he's going to be able to break away from, or is he going to come around this next turn buoy, maybe slow back, maybe try to put himself in a position because once we get into the last lap, if no one has really capitalized on early opportunities to break away, we're apt to see things wait until the next front stretch for anything to happen. And that front stretch could manifest as late as 50 meters or 20 meters right before the finish shoot. So lots of excitement left to go as we wrap out this fourth lap. And this is a great time to be in there as well. I mean, it's a great feeling when you've gotten not past the halfway point. The old adage of it's all downhill from here. Yeah, you got that going on. But when you get to the last lap, there's just a little special feeling that you're like, I got this. I can get in here. I'm going to keep it going. And you kind of get buoyed by that enthusiasm / relief of knowing that you're heading into the last lap. So, as I said, lots of fun racing left to come, and we'll see where this goes as Ivan still holds the lead.
Well, Mike, you called it there with Garage, the Spaniard, peeling off. He took that feed that was very quick. It looked like potentially he just kind of slapped the stick and slotted right back into second place there. And moving around this final turn on lap 4, 120-meter stretch to complete lap 4. Puskovich, Ganach, the Gravely brothers, Tepper, Brenniger looks to be your top 5. As now they stretch out, they get into that line as they approach the start of lap number 5.
And as we noted, we start to see some differentiation happening between this lead group. And that's certainly what we've got with Martinez, the second Spaniard, sort of rounding out the back end of that. But I'll tell you, we asked earlier, at what point do you feel like you're a bit too off the back? And right now, it's that just closes, of course, as the race goes on. And the tempo is what we're seeing right now, meaning that they're moving at a good clip and you don't see any slowing down. You want to definitely be in there. Right now where I see Joey Tepper is kind of a spot where it might be kind of that cutoff. It's like, hey, if you're going to be in that position, you definitely want to be clipping up the side. But again, we might see some level of drop off, but that may not be the most advantageous strategy right now for Ivan, knowing that Garage has had a relatively smooth roll of it so far, has had that final feed, might be very well positioned to close it out. Because I will tell you that it is Garage who looks very smooth out there. Just judging based upon what you can see a bit underwater and above the water, of course, that the energy expenditure of the Spaniard is less than his fellow counterparts in the race. So, right, Ivan is doing fantastic right now, looking good, still in control. And Garage is in that second position. Gravely brothers in 3 or 4. But if I'm any farther back than Dylan, I'm maybe hoping that we're going to be seeing a slowing pace and that I can get through the chute first on a sprint. But as we've said before, Plenty of racing left to go, but this is the final lap, and so things definitely matter a lot right now.
Well, Mike, looks like things have just leveled out here with Puskovich, Garach, and that's now Dylan Gravely in third for Florida. Or correction, Brendan Gravely's got the Florida, Dylan Gravely ASU, he's got the yellow cap. But as we get into this turn here to come down sort of the penultimate stretch of this final lap, who's going to make the push?
As we close out the backstretch, I will say that if you're on, you're feeling in a really good place right now. You've been able to sustain this long. You control this race. Probably in his advantage to try to hold on and potentially make his breakaway as we come along the front stretch, if that's the strategy he's going to employ, because he's had to do so much extra in being in that lead position. So the benefit, of course, is that you can control the tempo of the race. The benefit, of course, is that you have a degree of self-assurance that you've been able to do so. He just looked back at Garage, the Spaniard, who's right on his feet, potentially every once in a while just sort of touching those feet, and that's a hard one. That's it's, of course, incidental contact. There's nothing literally on top of this right now. You can't see anything in terms of trying to hold you back or gaining an unfair advantage. But it's just every once in a while, that little incidental contact or just even feeling the energy of the hands on your feet can sometimes get to you, and that's what you got to hold yourself together with. I've been turned over just a little while ago, about 8 strokes ago, just to have a quick little peekaboo to see, hey, what's happening right here? And so he said, I'm not on the mat. I'm still doing it, and I'm going all the way. And so he's making a push for it. But in that second position right now, Garage Spain has started to up his stroke rate a bit. He's not quite as easy and relaxed as he was. The Gravely brothers, Brennan in the Gator cap, Dylan in the ASU Sun Devil cap. 3-4 position. In the 5th position, Joey Tepper, Michael Brenniger in that 5th position. And it looks like, unsurprisingly, that Eli Caroon of Sandpiper has now started to find himself in the top group of 8. So, in this last short leg before we come down the front stretch, at which it's undoubtedly going to get even more exciting as we head down the final 800 to 850 meters of racing here in the 2023 USA Swimming 10K National Championship. So we're definitely seeing a rate increase right now. And Ivan is doing a fine job sort of holding that position. One of the things that is somewhat interesting is that he seems to be pulling in a little bit kind of closer to the turn buoy. On this last lap, you could actually veer in a little bit, but from a geometric perspective, you've got plenty of angle, so it's not necessarily super advantageous to be on that inside. But of course, if it comes down to inches, centimeters, millimeters at that touchpad, yeah. But right now, we can see Garage of Spain coming up on Ivan's hip, and Brennan Gravely, he's dropped his cap, so he's capless in the third position. And his brother, Dylan, in the yellow cap, is right behind him. But, Ivan didn't break with that first move. But Garage is definitely making a move of it right now, and we'll see where it holds. So, yeah, Ivan is now looking over. Hopefully he'll just stay calm, keep it together. Don't let this get him too much. It's never fun to see your lead overtaken in any race. But the key for him at this point is going to be to, just keep it right there. But there has been now a lead change. Roger Spain is in that lead position. Right up next to him is Brennan Gravely. Ivan's moved in a little bit closer to the boat, so there is a little bit of jockeying. These guys want to stay pretty close to each other, be able to close it. The Americans do not want to let the Spaniards get too far out in front of him, and he hasn't as of yet, but he is inching away. So in order for them to, of course, be there in the end, they can't let him get too far away. And, of course, what they can hope for is that he's expending more energy out in front, and they can hope that that is going to impact any potential closing speed that might need to be brought to bear to finish this race, should it play out to be an all-out sprint to the finish. But right now, in that lead position is Garage. Right on his feet is Brennan Gravely. And just next to them, swimming in clean water, is Ivan Puskovich. Now, if you're Brennan, if you could slide in on the hip of Garage, that, of course, would be just such a great spot to be in. If you could just slide in there, ride in on his wake, because certainly he's cutting more wake right now because they're moving faster. And if he can get up inside that wake and use that to his advantage, certainly that could help in the very end. But there now has been a distinct pack of four. That pack of four goes as follows. It's Garage of Spain in the lead. Second, Ivan Puskovich, just barely right next to him is Brennan Gravely. Behind him is Dylan Gravely. And then Joey Tepper rounds out this pack that started to differentiate itself.
Certainly a lot of white water being kicked up as we dig into what's about the final 550 meters of this race to be decided. 10K open water champ, your 18 and under champ, could be Garage of Spain.
Michael, kick that to me again.
We can see Puskovich there moving to the inside, trying to perhaps find some clean water to challenge for the title. With Garach, every stroke here trying to open up that lead, followed by Brendan Gravely. He lost his cap. It was blue for Florida, followed by his brother Dylan in the ASU yellow. Puskovich, your longtime leader of this swim now, fighting that water there. Perhaps he wants to move in and let someone else cut a little bit to try to gain an advantage in this final stretch.
Yeah, Ivan's also facing a cap issue. His cap's about to come off, and I didn't see him before everybody capped up, but he's historically been a long hair, so definitely he doesn't want to lose the cap advantage as they finish the race. But coming up right now, we are lapping one swimmer on the course. Garage with that lead. Be great if this swimmer would just sort of move off to the side. This swimmer is being overtaken. Yeah, causing a little bit of a jam up in there. But everybody's getting through him smoothly there. But Garach in the lead. Right behind him is Gravely. And clearly this is going to come down to a very, very interesting finish. We'll see if the Gravely brothers can find themselves, get themselves up into a position and be there right next to them. Because that's certainly what needs to happen. Is we're about 200, a little over 200 meters from the finish.
Well, a couple years ago in Fort Myers, we saw the Gravely brothers put up a fantastic showing, continuing to do the work now, moving up in the national rankings. And here we'll figure out who's going to represent Team USA in the 10K and the 5K for the Fukuoka Open Water Championships, World Championships 2023, to be decided here in the final 300 meters. Looks like Tepper there has moved in front of Puskovich into fourth place. Puskovich trying to get around him, moving to the outside. And now they start that move to the interior here, closer to the beach to line up for the finishing shoot.
Yeah, at this point, the Gravely brothers definitely have to be up and in there. Garach is putting his kick in, and it's not giving him opportunity. Here comes Brandon trying to get around on the outside.
Excuse me.
But every time he makes a move, Garach just counters with a little bit more kick. And it's going to be just too difficult to overcome this lead. This has just been a fantastic race. A really solid pack throughout. Gravely is making a go of it here in the final bit. And it potentially, I didn't want to call it too early, and I may have. He's right in there, right on top of him, right there.
Do not move in front of me, please.
But it's Garach who takes the lead. Brandon Gravely, Dylan Gravely, Joey Tepper, Ivan, Elon. What a great race.
Real close there on the touch there between Karun and it looked like, was that Tepper?
Nobody cares. Okay. Can you guys move, please? Please? Can you move? Thank you.
So Carlos Gorach of Spain takes the title here at USA Swimming's men's open water 10K, followed by the Gravely brothers. It'll be Brennan going on to be the first selection to the open water national team, represent Team USA Fukuoka World Champs.
I'll try, but everybody got in front of me. It's really sad.
Another representative for Sun Devil Swimming, that's Jake Mason taking the touch.
Thank you. Can you tell these people?
Pair of swimmers here going to race down to the final touch here. It'll be, that looked like Kaito Tsuchimori of Japan, potentially together with Zach Vassar, Egg Harbor Township.
Which way do we need to go on valves?
Look at it.
It says it was from across. That needs to go lower to the left.
Yeah, but see, we can't get these people.
Correction, that was Luke Whitlock, Fisher's area, Swimming Tigers.
Valves, I'm over here helping her. I'm just trying to figure which way we need to go. Left needs to be lower. Okay, where's the dot?
Right there. Wait. Put that.
Hold this.
It was Minamide of Japan, Taishine Minamide, 162, just ahead of Whitlock.
Right there. Is that better? It's better. It's level. The dot's in the dot.
Okay.
Everybody in front of me was really sexual. Everybody really pissed me off. I feel bad for the women. They didn't.
As long as they don't get in front of this, we can get it from those.
I was being so rude.
No, it's important. No, they would want you to. Chris would want you to because this is important. It's the rest of the race is boring.
Sad. I mean, I sat up right here. Nobody got their little. I feel
Okay.
bad. Oh,
It's very odd walking away from an aircraft. No, it's right there.
oh no way. so much. Get them on camera.
Coaches and athletes, please note that the course will be open from 1 to 2 p.m. This will be in the small square that encompasses the first directional buoy. So from the start buoys to the first directional buoys, that square, the small square, not even half of the course, that'll be open from 1 to 2 p.m. And we are just a few minutes away here from the awards ceremony recognizing our top 8 finishers of the men's 10K. If we could have those athletes start heading to the awards staging area, please. We'll have the awards. They will be presented at the 5 Open Water National Championship teardrop-shaped flags besides the white tents at the athletes starting area. Once again, award ceremony coming your way in just a few minutes. We will be looking for our top 8 male swimmers to report to the 5 Open Water National Championship flags besides the white tents at the athlete staging area. And again, coaches, the course will be open from 1 to 2 p.m. on the small square that encompasses the first directional buoys. At this time, we'd like to get started with the awards ceremony. The 2023 USA Swimming Open Water Nationals, the men's 10K event. Leading off with our 8th place finisher wearing 178, representing Spain, Alejandro Puebla. Seventh place finisher, also representing Spain, Guillem Pujol. Sixth place finisher from Sandpipers of Nevada, Luke Ellis.
Did he call your name already? Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Fifth place finisher from Team Santa Monica Aquatics and USC, Ivan Puskovich. Fourth place finisher, University of Tennessee, Joey Tepper.
Good job, buddy.
Your top 3 finish now. Third place from Sun Devil Swimming, Dylan Gravely. Second place finisher from the University of Florida, Brennan Gravely.
Sorry, we didn't even hear you guys saying that you were starting. So
KP, that's 7th right here. 7th, KP.
And your 2023 USA Swimming Open Water National Champion in the men's 10K event representing Spain, Carlos Garash. Congratulations to Carlos, also your 18 and under national champion, Carlos Garach of Spain. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your top 8 finishers in the men's 10K, led by your champion, Carlos Garach. Thank you to all our participants, spectators, coaches, all the friends for coming out today to Nathan Benderson Park on the first of 3 days of competition at this outstanding venue in beautiful Sarasota, Florida. We look forward to the 5K championships, the junior championships tomorrow morning. 8 o'clock start for the boys 15 and under, and at 8:05 start for the girls 15 and under 5K. Please enjoy the rest of your day.
Can I get these guys? Thank you. This guy? Yeah. Wait until this guy leaves. There we go. How about everybody right there?
That's unacceptable. There we go. Thank you. Hey guys, I have boxes. Oh, are we finished?
10 seconds.
Yeah, we're
Okay, bye. Sure. I'm sorry, that was so screwed up. They were sorry about that, guys. Tomorrow will be better.
Off, and I'll take. That's it.
Okay, you can have my transmitter.